Hey there, Darkstar here. We're at 855 million on our way up to 1 billion. So in the final stretch. That was interesting. Normally when it does those, it does like a bunch of them. Oh, and it puts you back in employee mode too, don't? So when it drops those special missions, be sure to come back and check on it. I don't think there's ever any good missions to fly out from here. Had some water go down the wrong way. Where's the closest place to here? Oh, we always end up having to go way back up. That's an interesting layout. Airport. Farms right in the middle of it. Sure, the animals love the giant planes coming in to land here. Oh, they really got to work on their mission picker. It's a bunch of Bologna. Glitch. Good Lord, this thing. We're like, takes forever to find these missions. It's annoying. Maybe I should just do this one. Made 29 million on my last flight, but it took 4 hours. Should make that in an hour and a half or less. Average about a half hour per mission. But you have to allow time to restart, failed mission, bad ATC routing, finding the missions. We're already 5 minutes in. Waiting for the spinny thing. Uh-oh. Bummer.
Hi, Captain. Happy to work with you today. I'm your first officer, Amy Valentin. Nice to meet you.
Captain, our cabin crew is ready for boarding. Awaiting your instructions.
Board.
Skip all ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4712. Could you please get the passengers on board?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4712. The jetway is going to be connected.
Skip all ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4712. I am done with the boarding.
Boarding closed, Captain.
Skip all ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4712. Could you please send the baggage?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4712. Baggage is on the way.
Skip all ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4712. Could you please send the catering truck?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4712. The catering truck is on the road.
Skip all ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4712. Ready to copy IFR clearance to Philadelphia.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4712 is cleared to Philadelphia Airport via the VOLL-2 Papa departure. Expect runway 27, maintain 8,000 feet. Departure frequency is 119.175, squawk tree 525.
Roger, roger.
Cleared to Philadelphia via the VOLL-2 Papa departure, runway 27, maintain 8,000 feet. Departure frequency is 119.175, squawk tree 525, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4712.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4712, readback is correct. Contact ground on 121.905 when ready to taxi. Good day.
Currently at 50% fuel capacity, Captain.
Skip all ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4712, requesting pushback.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4712, pushback request accepted.
Tow bar is
Skip
set,
all
Captain.
ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4712, requesting the end of pushback.
Pushback complete, Captain.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4712, request to end pushback received.
You're cleared to start engines.
Skip all tower. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4712, ready for IFR departure, runway 27.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4712, QNH 1006, cleared for takeoff runway 27.
Cleared for takeoff runway 27, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4712. To all passengers, prepare for takeoff. Please ensure your seat belt is fastened tightly, your seat is in the upright position, and your tray table is securely stored. Thank you.
Pause to give it a second to load. I've noticed that when it stutters, if I pause it, then it gets better real fast. Toga, stick forward. Oh, we're getting pulled to the right there. I'm guessing we got a crosswind. So
V1, rotate.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4712, contact Amsterdam Center on 119.175. Good day.
Going to 119.175. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4712. Amsterdam Center, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4712 is passing 2,500 feet, climbing 8,000 feet.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4712, Amsterdam Center, QNH 1006. Radar contact, continue.
we're getting some rain somehow. Announce the
Good afternoon to all
cruise.
passengers. This is your captain speaking. Today, I'm assisted by co-pilot Amy Valentin. Welcome aboard flight DST-4712, inbound to Tinicum Township. We are currently cruising at an altitude of 7,900 feet and at an airspeed of 200 knots. It's 1:40 p.m. We anticipate a comfortable flight in spite of some mild turbulence. On behalf of all crew members, we thank you for flying with us today. So please sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the flight.
Alright, here comes our mild turbulence.
Our flight attendant.
Nope, you can't skip when you're paused. That's interesting. Oh, we are in the soup. And facing the wrong way somehow. Let's go out that way. Let's plan on altitude. Actually, let's line it up with our current heading.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4712.
Got us so
Descend
slow.
and maintain 4,000 feet. Expect ILS Zulu runway 9er, right approach via Mike X-ray Echo transition. Cleared to Mike X-ray Echo.
Descend and maintain 4,000 feet. Expect ILS Zulu runway 9 right approach via Mike X-ray Echo transition. Cleared to Mike X-ray Echo. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4712.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4712. Contact Philadelphia Tower on 135.1 when inbound.
Tower on 135.1. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4712. Philadelphia Tower, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4712, 16 miles west, inbound ILS Zulu, runway 9 right approach.
9 right.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4712, Philadelphia Tower. Altimeter 2997. Cleared ILS Zulu runway 9 right approach.
Okay, we're clear to
Cleared
the
ILS
approach.
Zulu runway 9 right approach. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4712.
Okay, we did not get an LNAV in there somehow. Oh, there we go. Now LNAV? Alright, LNAV's in. See if we can give the auto throttle a little hand here. Are we sped up or something? That thing's going crazy. Nope. Just riding the glide slope down now. Got a pretty good crosswind from the right we got to watch out for. So that will be aileron into the wind, rudder opposite. Slower than we should be. Whoa. So one thing to watch when you're on final, you want to watch your angle of attack indicator here. You don't want it to get all the way up to the red mark there. So that's right here. Everything was good, gears down, flaps are down, speed brakes armed, auto brakes are armed.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4712, wind 160 at 4, clear to land runway 9 right.
Okay, 160 at 4.
Clear to land runway 9 right, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4712.
So that's not what we're seeing right now. Let's see what happens as we get down lower. Our wind just shifted.
Approaching minimums. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Oh. Brakes, warrant speed brakes going down.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4712, turn next taxiway. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4712. Contact ground on 121.65.
121.65 for Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4712.
Oof, not good. Thought I saw a good one. Guess not. I flew into Newark not that long ago. Stansted for 14. $15.7 to Vienna, $16.2 to Barcelona, 17 to Nice, as they call it. I'll take the Prague. Might as well knock the more valuable ones out first. What are we gonna do once we hit 1 billion? Maybe we should do a checkup, just to make sure everything's okay. We did. Oh my goodness. Now this is just normal wear and tear. That's gonna set us back so much. Oh. reach. And the thing is, if we do this now, I mean, we pay the same amount no matter what, right? Because it doesn't really repair, it replaces. So we could probably get away with a few more flights. Now, things that have high wear rate, you want to be careful about. But like, that alternator is going to make it one more time. Yeah, see, our gear's not really that bad. It is a higher wear item, but like these are generally super cheap, so you can keep these. You want to be able to stop when you land. I actually kind of neglected maintenance on these for a little while once, and I had a difficult time stopping. Like these are not really that worn down. Oof. These are expensive. I say let's get one more, at least one more run out. Maybe a couple, because we don't wear it down very much when we're doing these short flights, even though they're technically long ones. I wonder if they're going to change that in the future. Also, if something fails, we could reset the flight and then do full repairs. I think my first or second career flight in the 737, I managed to get an engine out and I couldn't get it back. I couldn't get it restarted. So I ended up crashing. I didn't need to, but I went ahead and let it crash. I thought I had top tier insurance. Insurance didn't work right at that time.
Happy to be flying with you today, Captain.
It's Davy from your flight staff. We're ready to begin boarding. Waiting for your signal.
Ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree. Could you please get the passengers on board?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree. The jetway is going to be connected.
Ground,
We've completed
Summit Delta
boarding,
Sierra
Captain.
Tango Tree 61 Tree. I am done with the boarding. Ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree. Could you please send the baggage?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree. Baggage is on the way.
Ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree. Could you please send the catering truck?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree. The catering truck is on the road.
Ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree. IFR to Ruzine, ready to copy.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree is cleared to Ruzine Airport. Via the D's 5 departure, CNDR transition, expect runway 1 tree left, maintain 7,000 feet. Departure frequency.
Cleared to Ruzine via the D's 5 departure, CNDR transition, runway 1 tree left, maintain 7,000 feet. Departure frequency is 1 tree 5.9er, squawk 5216, Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree. Read back is correct. Contact ground on 1 tree 0.275 when ready to taxi. Good day.
Captain, we are at 50% of fuel.
Ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree, requesting pushback.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree. Pushback request accepted.
Tow bar in
Ground,
place,
Summit Delta
Captain.
Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree, requesting the end of pushback.
Pushback is complete.
Summit Delta Sierra
Luggage
Tango
loading
Tree
complete.
61 Tree. Request to end pushback received.
You're cleared to start engines.
Kennedy Tower, Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree, ready for IFR departure, runway 1 tree left.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree. Altimeter 29908. Cleared for takeoff, runway 1 tree left.
Cleared for takeoff, runway 1 tree left, Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree. Ladies and gents, please fasten your seatbelts and secure all baggage underneath your seat or in the overhead compartments. Place your seats and table trays in the upright position. Turn off all personal electronic devices, including laptops and cell phones, and prepare for takeoff.
Right, Toga. Stick forward. V1, rotate.
V1, rotate.
Gear up. Flaps coming up.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree. Contact New York departure on 1 tree 5.9er. Good day.
Going to 1 tree 5.9er, Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree. New York departure, Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree is passing 1,800 feet, climbing 7,000 feet.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree. New York departure. Altimeter 29908. Radar contact. Continue.
Good afternoon, ladies and gents. This is your captain speaking. Today, I'm assisted by co-pilot Beatrice Foley. Welcome aboard flight DST-3613, inbound to Prague. We are currently cruising at an altitude of 7,100 feet and at an airspeed of 200 knots. It's 2:47 p.m., and we should expect a smooth flight all the way. On behalf of all crew members, we thank you for flying with us today. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the flight. Thank you.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree. Maintain present heading and altitude. Expect ILS runway 24 approach via RADIF transition. Cleared to RADIF.
Maintain present heading and altitude. Expect ILS runway 24 approach via RADIF transition. Cleared to RADIF. Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree. Contact Prague approach on 127.58. Good day.
127.58 for Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree. Prague approach. Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree is passing 6,300 feet, climbing 7,000 feet.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree. Prague approach. QNH 100 Tree. Radar contact. Continue to PR 532.
Ladies and gents, as we start our descent, please make sure your seat backs and tray tables are in full upright position. Fasten your seatbelt and check that all carry-on luggage is stowed underneath the seat in front of you or in the overhead bins. Thank you.
Nice sunset.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree. You are 2,400 feet below your assigned altitude. Climb and maintain 7,000 feet. QNH 100 Tree.
What?
Climb and maintain 7,000 feet. Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree. Contact Ruzine Tower on 118.11 when inbound on the approach.
Tower on
better.
118.11. Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree. Ruzine Tower, Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree, 14 miles northeast, inbound ILS runway 24 approach.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree, Ruzine Tower, QNH 100 Tree, cleared ILS runway 24 approach.
Cleared ILS runway 24 approach. Summit Delta Sierra Tango, tree, 61 tree.
You know, I'm not 100% sure, but it seems to do better on the throttle when your gear isn't down.
2500.
Maybe not. Doesn't seem as bad though. Flaps are down, gear is not down, speed brake set, auto brakes are on. We are on our approach speed.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango, tree, 61 tree, wind 237 at 10, clear to land runway 24.
Cleared to land runway 24. Summit Delta Sierra Tango, tree, 61 tree.
Gear coming down. Lights are on. Huh. I wonder why are those down? Those should really be strobe.
Sink rate 200.
This seems like it's going to be a terrible landing.
Approaching minimum. Sink rate 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango, tree, 61 tree. Did you hear my last transmission?
Cleared to land runway 24, Summit Delta Sierra Tango, tree, 61 tree.
I'm starting to think it's repeated career missions that cause a lot of problems.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango, tree, 61 tree, turn next taxiway.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree, please acknowledge.
Acknowledge what?
Ruzine ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango, tree, 61 tree. I didn't copy that, say again please. Ruzine ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango, tree, 61 tree. Say again please. Ruzine ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango, tree, 61 tree. Taxi to parking.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree, taxi to gate 18 using taxiway Charlie Cross runway 12 Charlie Golf.
To all passengers, we have not reached the gate yet. Please remain seated until the captain turns off the fasten seatbelt sign. Thank you. Ladies and gents, welcome to Ruzine. Local time is 8:58 p.m. For your safety, please remain seated until our captain turns off the fasten seatbelt sign. Check around your seat for any personal belongings, and be careful when opening the overhead bins, as heavy articles may have shifted. On behalf of the entire company, we would like to thank you for choosing Liberty Airways. We look forward to seeing you again. We wish you a pleasant stay in Prague.
Okay, landing lights off. That should now go to steady. Pitot off? I don't know. Okay, we did that, we did that, we did that. I don't know how to do that exactly, don't care about that. APU start, sure. Did that. It's time to deplane. Get off my bus. Taxi speeding. Radio. Oh yeah, taxi speeding because it called landings taxiing. Ugh. I think we got an S, just barely. Passenger satisfaction is such a mystery, man. Okay. I think I'm gonna have to start restarting maybe between each flight or each couple of flights. I don't know what else to do. But I predict that we won't have any issues on our next flight. I think it's when you do repeated career missions that it goes off the rails. Because I'm trying to think if any of my first missions for the day have ever gone wrong. They generally, like a couple work and then they start going really bad and then it gets really stuttery and I have to reboot because of that. I didn't really associate the repeated missions with the failures. I guess I could try restarting each time and see how that goes. If the issues stop happening, then clearly that's a key part of the problem. That might be a good clue to the team. They might go in and try it and be like, I don't see any career issues. But I see them all the time because I do multiple missions. Also, more and more I'm realizing what an important aspect audio really is to the user experience. Like, it's really nice for audio tones to cue the user that either things are happening or the user's input is required, you know, things like that. Like even right now, like when the start menu comes up, like it really needs to cue the user to say, hey, you know, like a chime or a something, some indicator, so the user knows to look up. That way you can do other things while you're waiting for it to get to the start point. Let's go for the jugular. KATL. I do wonder if I go download these particular airports and things, if this would load faster. I might try and do that. I tried downloading, well, I can't do it till SU3, I guess. I don't want to go do it in the beta. I tried downloading everything and it was just terrible. It took forever to start up, which would be even worse knowing that I need to restart after each mission, assuming that pans out. Yeah, we'll see. May not. I guess I'm hoping that there's some way around the issues, or the bulk of the issues anyway. I'm not. I do think that there could be other types of career issues.
It's a real pleasure to be flying together again.
What happened?
Captain, it's Loretta the Pursuer. Ready to board passengers. Waiting on your go-ahead.
Heathrow ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9er 110. Could you please get the passengers on board?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9er 110. The jetway is going to be connected.
Heathrow ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9er 110. I am done with the boarding.
Captain, all passengers on board.
Heathrow ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9er 110. Could you please send the baggage?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9er 110. Baggage is on the way.
Heathrow ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9er 110. Could you please send the catering truck?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9er 110. The catering truck is on the road.
Heathrow ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9er 110. Ready to copy IFR clearance to Atlanta.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9er 110 is cleared to Atlanta Airport via the Charlie Papa Tango Tree Foxtrot departure. Expect runway 27 right, maintain 8,000 feet. Departure frequency is 118.475, squawk 5667.
Cleared to Atlanta via the Charlie Papa Tango Tree Foxtrot departure, runway 27 right, maintain 8,000 feet. Departure frequency is 118.475, squawk 5667, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9er 110.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9er 110, readback is correct. Contact ground on 121.705 when ready to taxi. Good day.
Heathrow ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9er 110, requesting pushback.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9er 110, pushback request accepted.
Heathrow ground. Summit Delta Sierra
Tobar
Tango
is set,
9110. Requesting the end of pushback.
Pushback complete, Captain.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9110. Request to end pushback received.
You're cleared to start engines.
Heathrow ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9110 with Lima. Ready to taxi.
All luggage
IFR.
on board, Captain.
I haven't been requesting this clearance.
9110. Taxi
I
to
think
and
I
hold
want
short of runway 27 right using taxiway Lima Tree 1 Alpha Kilo Bravo Lima 27 Alpha Mike Alpha Lima 2 Tree Lima 22 Alpha 2 cross runway 27 right Alpha 1. Contact tower on 118.705 when ready.
Say that 3 times fast.
Taxi to and hold short runway 27 right using taxiway Lima Tree 1 Alpha Kilo Bravo Lima 27 Alpha Mike Alpha Lima 2 Tree Lima 22 Alpha 2 cross runway 27 right Alpha 1. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9110. Heathrow Tower, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9110, ready for departure. Runway 27 right, IFR to Atlanta. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9110, QNH 1012. Cleared for takeoff runway 27 right. Cleared for takeoff runway 27 right. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9110. Ladies and gentlemen, please fasten your seatbelts and secure all baggage underneath your seat or in the overhead compartments. Place your seats and table trays in the upright position. Turn off all personal electronic devices, including laptops and cell phones, and prepare for takeoff.
Can't even see those right now.
Captain, we're at 50% of fuel.
We're okay.
V1, rotate.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9er 110, contact London Center on 118.475. Good day. Going to 118.475. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9er 110.
9er 110, London Center, QNH 1012. Radar contact. Continue to 255B.
I wonder if the autopilot takes this setting into account when it's making turns. If you're gonna climb much more than this, you want to get your speed up a little bit, by the way.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is your captain speaking. Today, I'm assisted by co-pilot Betty Robertson. Welcome aboard flight DST-9110, inbound to Atlanta. We are currently cruising at an altitude of 7,700 feet and an airspeed of 250 knots. It's 12:44 p.m., and we should expect a smooth flight all the way. On behalf of all crew members, we thank you for flying with us today. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the flight. Thank you.
Wanting a drink and I have one.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9er 110, contact Atlanta, approach on 127.9er. Good day.
127.9er for Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9er 110. Atlanta approach.
Masson.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9er 110 is passing 6,300 feet, climbing 8,000 feet.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9er 110. Atlanta approach. Altimeter tree 005. Radar contact. Continue to MASN. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9er 110. Descend and maintain 6,000 feet. Expect ILS runway 27 right approach via MMCAP transition. Clear to MMCAP.
Descend and maintain 6,000 feet. Expect ILS runway 27 right approach via MMCP transition. Clear to MMCP. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9er 110.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9er 110. Contact Atlanta Tower on 119er decimal tree when inbound.
Tower on 119er decimal tree. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9er 110.
Okay, we need to be 4,000 by Mercury.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9er 110, 17 miles east. Inbound ILS runway 27 right approach.
Should do it.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9er 110, Atlanta Tower, altimeter tree 004, cleared ILS runway 27 right approach.
Cleared ILS runway 27 right approach. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9er 110. Ladies and gentlemen, now we're approaching Atlanta where local time is 6:49 p.m. Please stay in your seat with your seatbelt fastened. Personal screens, footrests, and seat tables must be stowed away, and all hand luggage stored either in the overhead lockers or under the seat in front. Please ensure all electronic devices are turned off. Thank you.
Okay, let's make sure we're at normal speed. Okay, that's fast. So that's normal. Should get our clearance right around this waypoint, clearance to land. And I'm gonna go get a tea while we land. Gotta love autopilot. Okay, our approach, final approach, 139. We'll get a little closer. So gotta get gear down and final flaps out too. So I have a little flap schedule that I keep as reference. So once you're going below 166, and it's also right here, like, so you know, you can use that. It's just a little hard to see. Once you're below 166, you should be able to go 40 degrees flaps.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9er 110, Windcom, clear to land runway 27 right.
Cleared to land runway 27 right. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9er 110.
So I find it a little sensitive. So like, I don't want to be going 166 and get the flaps out. I want to be going like 160 or lower and then get the flaps out. This is looking real good. We got rollout and flare both armed on the PFD. Again, watching my angle of attack, making sure it doesn't get too low. That's what our VREF should do. I think I'm going to pause right before I touch down as a preventative against the stutters that I get.
200. 100. Approaching minimum.
So far, pretty good.
50, 40, 30, 20.
Okay.
10.
Oh, we didn't have to. Reversers out. Here comes our auto rollout, getting us back on the center line. Whoa. We'll take it from there. Okay, below 80, reversers off. Below 60, close the reversers.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9er 110. Turn next taxiway.
Okay, spoilers up. Man, why is it so far?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90110. Turn next taxiway.
Okay, we can get flaps up.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90110. Turn next taxiway.
Really? Stutter's there?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90110. Contact ground on 121.9er.
121.9er. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90110.
So we had no career ATC issues as predicted. Still only got 75% on that, but hey, didn't get any dings on that. I'd really one of these days like to get like 100 and at least 99 and 100 and have this be above 75. Just once. All right. Painful as it is, we're going to restart each time. Alright, there we go. Come on, Atlanta. Where are the good flights? $13.8 to London. Where are my Heathrow fans at? Tab 70. If you make this too low, it way overshoots. I don't know. It doesn't take very long to get up to 7,000. So I've been using that. Sometimes I'll use 6. I think after this mission we should probably go do a full repair on the plane.
Good morning. So we're flying to London. Amazing place.
It's Nadia from your flight staff. We're ready to begin boarding. Waiting for your signal.
Atlanta ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1611. Could you please get the passengers on board?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1611. The jetway is going to be connected.
Atlanta ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1611. I am done with the boarding.
Boarding closed, Captain.
Atlanta ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1611. Could you please send the baggage?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1611. Baggage is on the way.
Atlanta ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1611. Could you please send the catering truck?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1611. The catering truck is on the road.
Atlanta ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1611 ready to copy IFR clearance to Heathrow.
8 or 7 is always the question.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1611 is cleared to Heathrow Airport via the Alpha Tango Lima 2 departure. Expect runway 27 right. Maintain 7,000 feet. Departure frequency is 121.225, squawk 0051.
Brakes off.
Clear to Heathrow via the Alpha Tango Lima 2 departure. Runway 27 right. Maintain 7,000 feet. Departure frequency is 121.225, squawk 0051. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1611.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1611. Reback correct. Contact ground on 121.65. Good day.
Atlanta ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1611. Requesting pushback.
Request accepted.
Yikes.
Atlanta ground, Summit
Bar in
Delta
place,
Sierra Tango
Captain.
1611. Requesting the end of pushback.
Pushback
Summit
complete,
Delta
Captain.
Sierra Tango 1611. Request to end pushback received.
Atlanta ground,
You're
Summit
cleared
Delta
to start
Sierra
engines.
Tango 1611 with Mike. Ready to taxi, IFR.
Luggage loading complete.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1611. Taxi to and hold short of runway 27 right via taxiway. Contact tower on 119.3 when ready.
Taxi to and hold short runway 27 right via taxiway. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1611. Atlanta Tower, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1611 ready for departure, runway 27 right, IFR to Heathrow.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1611, altimeter 3006. Cleared for takeoff runway 27 right.
Cleared for takeoff runway 27 right, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1611.
It's weird that's already set in this case.
Ladies and gents, prepare for takeoff. Please ensure your seat belt is fastened tightly, your seat is in the upright position, and your tray table is securely stored. Thank you.
Toga. I really need to make my rudders less sensitive. V1, rotate.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1611, contact Atlanta departure on 121.225. Good day.
121.225 for Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1611. Atlanta departure, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1611 is passing 2,900 feet, climbing 7,000 feet.
Radar contact continue.
Good morning, ladies and gents. This is your captain speaking. Today, I'm assisted by co-pilot Miriam Wright. Welcome aboard flight DST-1611, inbound to London. We are currently cruising at an altitude of 6,400 feet and at an airspeed of 200 knots. It's 12:55 p.m., and we should expect a smooth flight all the way. On behalf of all crew members, we thank you for flying with us today. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the flight. Thank you.
Okay. What are we looking at here? OK7. Now button. No.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1611. Did you hear my last transmission?
I did not.
Proceed on course. Maintain present altitude. Keep speed not above 220 knots. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1611. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1611. Maintain present heading and altitude. Expect ILS runway 27 right approach via Oscar Charlie Kilo transition. Clear to Oscar Charlie Kilo. Maintain present heading and altitude. Expect ILS runway 27 right approach via Oscar Charlie Kilo transition. Cleared to Oscar Charlie Kilo. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1611.
Let's put legs up over here so we can see
Summit
altitude.
Delta Sierra Tango 1611. Contact London Center on 118.475. Good day. 118.475. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1611. London Center, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1611, 7,000 feet.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1611, London Center, QNH 101 radar contact continue.
Ladies and gents, we are approaching Heathrow. Please fasten your seatbelt and adjust your seat back and tray table to the upright position. Please secure your carry-on baggage in the overhead compartment or under the seat in front of you. All electronic devices must be turned off until the aircraft is parked. Thank you.
Descend and maintain 6,000 feet.
Descend and maintain 6,000 feet. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1611.
Now, if you want a good laugh, I could try to hand fly one of these.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1611. Descend and maintain 5,400 feet.
Descend and maintain 5,400 feet. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1611.
Okay, we're on LNAV, so that should be good. I really want to get to VNAV. I think. Slow back down here.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1611. Contact Heathrow Tower on 118.705 when inbound.
Tower on 118.705. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1611. Heathrow Tower, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1611, 15 miles southeast, inbound ILS runway 27, right approach.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1611, Heathrow Tower. QNH 1014, cleared ILS runway 27 right approach.
Cleared ILS runway 27 right approach. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1611.
About 9 nautical miles to go. I like it when we skip to descent and get those straight in approaches. You just hit approach and off you go. This one was a little longer.
2500.
London's a little harsh on my system. Okay, we should be getting our clearance to land here.
Summit Delta
141.
Sierra Tango 1611, wind tree 09er at 9er, cleared to land runway 27 right.
Cleared to land runway 27 right. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1611.
a crosswind here from the right.
400.
Okay, so we're gonna need a rudder.
300. 200.
Oh, it's coming around to be mostly a headwind and calming down. We'll still want to aileron to the right a little bit.
100. Approaching minimums. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1611. Turn next taxiway.
Oh, come on.
To all passengers, we have not reached the gate yet. Please remain seated until the captain turns off the fasten seatbelt sign. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Heathrow. Local time is 6:08 p.m.
Guess I don't get to request taxi to parking. Yikes, we have to go all the way around. Let's try skipping. I don't want to go all the way around this terminal. I hope we don't crash. I didn't hear the crash sound. Well, we did get on error. %100% on airline procedures, so. And that was all game bugs, so it would have been close to what I wanted. We would have gotten like mid S tier, which I think I should be getting just about every single time. Even though we got an error that time, I'm going to keep doing this and see what happens over time. Where is Steam? There it is. I'm gonna go kind of radio silent here for a bit and keep making progress.
Hi, Captain. We've got a great team aboard with Madison Neal's cabin crew. First Officer Jackie Vincent.
Captain, it's Madison the Pursuer. Ready to board passengers. Waiting on your go-ahead.
Manchester ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90412. Could you please get the passengers on board?
The jetway is going to be connected.
Manchester ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90412. I am done with the boarding.
We've completed boarding, Captain.
Manchester ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90412. Could you please send the baggage?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90412. Baggage is on the way.
Manchester ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90412. Could you please send the catering truck?
The catering truck is on the road.
Manchester ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90412. Ready to copy IFR clearance to Atlanta.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90412 is cleared to Atlanta Airport via the EKLA 1 Yankee departure. Expect runway 23 left. Maintain 8,000 feet. Departure frequency is 118.775. Squawk 5417.
Cleared to Atlanta via the EKLA 1 Yankee departure. Runway 23 left. Maintain 8,000 feet. Departure frequency is 118.775. Squawk 5417. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90412.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90412. Readback is correct. Contact ground on 121.855 when ready to taxi. Good day.
Manchester ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90412. Requesting pushback.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90412. Pushback request accepted.
Tow bar is set, Captain.
Manchester ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90412. Requesting the end of pushback.
You're cleared to start engines.
Summit Delta
Pushback
Sierra
loading
Tango
complete.
90412. Request to end pushback received.
Manchester ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90412 with Oscar. Ready to taxi. IFR.
Taxi to and hold short of runway 23 left via taxiway Golf Hotel Cross runway 23 right hotel Zulu Victor Tango. Contact tower on 118.6 tree when ready.
Taxiing. Hold short runway 23. Left using taxiway Golf Hotel Cross runway 23. Right hotel Zulu Victor Tango. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90412. Manchester Tower. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90412 ready for IFR departure. Runway 23 left.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90412, QNH 1014. Cleared for takeoff runway 23 left.
Cleared for takeoff runway 23 left. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 90412. all passengers, please fasten your seatbelts and secure all baggage underneath your seat or in the overhead compartments. Place your seats and table trays in the upright position. Turn off all personal electronic devices, including laptops and cell phones, and prepare for takeoff.
V1 rotate.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Niner 412 contact Manchester Center on 118.775. Good day.
Going to 118.775. Summit Delta Sierra Tango Niner 412. Manchester Center, Summit Delta Sierra Tango Niner 412 is passing 2,700 feet, climbing 8,000 feet.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Niner 412, Manchester Center, QNH 1014, radar contact continue.
Good morning to all passengers. This is your captain speaking. Today, I'm assisted by co-pilot Jackie Vincent. Welcome aboard flight DST-9412, inbound to Atlanta. We are currently cruising at an altitude of 7,700 feet and at an airspeed of 200 knots. It's 12:34 p.m., and we should expect a smooth flight all the way. On behalf of all crew members, we thank you for flying with us today. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the flight. Thank you.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Niner 412. Descend and maintain 6,000 feet. Expect ILS runway 27 right approach via MMCAP transition. Cleared to MMCAP.
Descend and maintain 6,000 feet. Expect ILS runway 27 right approach via MMCAP transition. Cleared to MMCP. Summit Delta Sierra Tango Niner 412.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Niner 412. Contact Atlanta Tower on 119 decimal tree when inbound on the approach.
Tower on 119er decimal tree. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9er 412. Atlanta Tower. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9er 412. 18 miles east. Inbound ILS runway 27 right approach.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9er 412, Atlanta Tower. Altimeter tree 004. Cleared ILS runway 27 right approach.
Cleared ILS runway 27 right approach. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9er 412.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9er 412, wind tree 16 at 5, clear to land runway 27 right.
Cleared to land runway 27 right. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9er 412.
Approaching minimums. 100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9er 412, turn next taxiway.
That's painful.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9er 412, exit runway when able. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9er 412. Contact ground on 131.375.
Going to 131.375. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 9er 412.
So we're 912 million. like it's time to do the repair. Guess we'll do it next time.
Good afternoon. So we're flying to Castrop. Amazing place.
Captain, it's Mickey the Pursuer. Ready to board passengers. Waiting on your go-ahead.
Dulles ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4514. Could you please get the passengers on board?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4514. The jetway is going to be connected.
Dulles ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4514. I am done with the boarding.
Boarding closed, Captain.
Dulles ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4514. Could you please send the baggage?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4514. Baggage is on the way.
Dulles ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4514. Could you please send the catering truck?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4514. The catering truck is on the road.
Dulles ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4514 IFR to Castrop, ready to copy.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4514 is cleared to Castrop Airport via the CPTL-1 departure, Alpha Mike Lima transition. Expect runway 19er center, maintain 7,000 feet. Departure frequency is 125.05, squawk 5662.
Cleared to Castrop via the CPTL-1 departure, Alpha Mike Lima transition, runway 19er center, maintain 7,000 feet. Departure frequency is 125.05, squawk 5662, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4514.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4514, read back correct. Contact ground on 121.9er. Good day.
Dulles ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4514, requesting pushback.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4514, pushback request accepted.
Dulles ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango
Tobar is set,
4514,
Captain.
requesting the end of pushback.
Pushback
Luggage
is
loading
complete.
complete.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4514, request to end pushback received.
Dulles ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango
Summit Delta Sierra
4514 with
Tango
Echo, ready to
4514.
taxi,
You're cleared to start
IFR.
Taxi to and hold short of runway 19er center via taxiway Echo Juliet Bravo Alpha 5 Alpha Zulu Yankee 1 Yankee Zulu. Contact tower on 120.25. When ready.
Taxi to and hold short runway 19er center via taxiway Echo Juliet Bravo Alpha 5 Alpha Zulu Yankee 1 Yankee Zulu. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4514.
Seems like a buggy taxi route. It goes Zulu, then somewhere else, then back to Zulu.
Dulles Tower, Summit Delta Sierra Tango
Summit
4514
Delta
ready for
Sierra
departure.
Tango
Runway 19er center, IFR to Castro.
Altimeter 2994. Cleared for takeoff, runway 19er center.
Cleared for takeoff runway 19 center. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4514. Ladies and gentlemen, please fasten your seatbelts and secure all baggage underneath your seat or in the overhead compartments. Place your seats and table trays in the upright position. Turn off all personal electronic devices, including laptops and cell phones, and prepare for takeoff.
Rotate.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4514 contact, Potomac departure on 125.05. Good day.
125.05 for Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4514. Potomac departure, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4514 is at 2,400 feet, climbing 7,000 feet.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4514, Potomac departure, altimeter 29904, radar contact, continue.
Offline. Oh. Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is your captain speaking. Today, I'm assisted by co-pilot Jared McCain. Welcome aboard flight DST-4514, inbound to Kastrup. We are currently cruising at an altitude of 6,900 feet and an airspeed of 200 knots. It's 2:42 p.m. On behalf of all crew members, we thank you for flying with us today. So please sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the flight. Thank you.
If I stay up all night, I could probably hit 1 billion tonight.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4514. Keep speed not above 220 knots. Expect Tails runway 22 right approach via Adobe transition. Cleared to Adobe.
not above 220 knots. Expect ILS runway 22, right approach via Adobe transition. Cleared to Adobe. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4514.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4514, contact Castrop Tower on 118.58 when inbound on the approach.
Tower on 118.58. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4514. Castrop Tower, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4514, 14 miles east, inbound ILS runway 22, right approach.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4514, Castrop Tower. QNH 1000, cleared ILS runway 22 right approach.
Okay, they switch runways on us.
Cleared ILS runway 22 right approach. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4514. Ladies and gentlemen, we have begun our descent into Castrop. Please turn off all electronic devices. In preparation for landing, make sure your seat back is straight up and your belt is fastened. Please secure your carry-on items, stow your tray table, and pass any remaining service items to the flight attendants. Thank you.
Okay, 22 right is what we want. Ah. Let's actually go like this. And try that again. Oh, it's messed up. Nope, other way. That's the one. Because if we go straight over here, it's a very sharp turn, and it'll kind of like wiggle back and forth. So we could either vector ourselves in a little bit better, or use that. I wonder what happens if we turn this on. Not that one. Nothing really.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4514, wind calm, cleared to land runway 22 right.
25.
Cleared to land runway 22 right. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4514.
100.
Sink rate.
200.
Approaching minimums.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10. 30, 20, 10.
'Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4514. Turn next taxiway. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4514. Contact ground on
121.825. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 4514.
Okay. Back from being rudely interrupted. Basically, I almost crashed there at the end. I wasn't paying attention. And the autopilot was veering off because I think I hadn't swapped the ILS around, so I don't know what it was doing. But I didn't want to go around, so we got it down. Okay, we need to remember to repair this time. And I'm hoping we do that on the next screen. Well, it's going to say, do you want to move? No, we're already there. There we go, management. Okay. $32 million. Oh, that's going to eat into our profits. Oh. I want to get some of the details here. See, I don't think these need to be repaired. They haven't gone down that much. Engines haven't really gone down that much either. I don't know, I'm torn on what to do. Let's go and do it. Ouch, that hurt. Don't even get a free wash. Well, that's going to be like 3 more missions to get back to where we were. Ugh. Brutal. Guess it's a good thing I did a mission today that was like 30 million.
Good afternoon, everyone. Washington, here we come.
I love having all that on one button. Click.
Captain, our cabin crew is ready for boarding. Awaiting your instructions.
Castro ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 6712. Could you please get the passengers on board?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 6712. The jetway is going to be connected.
Castro ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 6712. I am done with the boarding.
Boarding complete, Captain.
Castro ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 6712. Could you please send the baggage?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 6712. Baggage is on the way.
Castro Ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 6712. Could you please send the catering truck?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 6712. The catering truck is on the road.
Castro Ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 6712. Ready to copy IFR clearance to Dulles.
Tempted to put the number pad
Summit
on my
Delta
number
Sierra
pad.
Tango 6712 is cleared to Dulles Airport via the ODDO 1 Charlie departure. Expect runway 22 right. Maintain 8,000 feet. Departure frequency is 124.908. Squawk 6366.
Cleared to Dulles via the ODGO 1 Charlie departure, runway 22 right. Maintain 8,000 feet. Departure frequency is 124.908. Squawk 6366. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 6712.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 6712. Read back correct. Contact ground on 121.905. Good day.
Castro Brown, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 6712. Requesting pushback.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 6712. Pushback request accepted.
Castro Ground, Summit Delta Sierra
Tow bar
Tango
in place,
6712. Requesting the end of pushback.
Pushback complete,
Summit
Captain.
Delta Sierra Tango 6712. Request to end pushback received.
Castro
cleared
Tower,
to start
Summit
engines.
Delta Sierra
Luggage
Tango
loading
6712. At runway 22, right ready for departure. IFR to Dulles.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 6712, QNH 1000. Cleared for takeoff runway 22 right.
Cleared for takeoff runway 22 right. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 6712. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare for takeoff. Please ensure your seat belt is fastened tightly, your seat is in the upright position, and your tray table is securely stored. Thank you.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 6712, contact Castrop departure on 124.908. Good day.
1249 decimal 1
124.908. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 6712. Castrop departure. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 6712 is passing 2,000 feet, climbing 8,000 feet.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 6712. Castrop departure. QNH 1000. Radar contact. Continue to Rabat.
Rabat. You know, the blue markers for the planes, for some planes like this one, are remarkably accurate about like the altitude climb outs and stuff like that. A little sharp on the turns, but comes the skip.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is your captain speaking. Today, I'm assisted by co-pilot Ronya Vestergaard. Welcome aboard flight DST-6712, inbound to Washington. We are currently cruising at an altitude of 8,000 feet and at an airspeed of 200 knots. It's 1:10 p.m., and we should expect a smooth flight all the way. On behalf of all crew members, we thank you for flying with us today. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the flight. Thank you.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 6712, maintain present heading and altitude, expect ILS runway 1 center approach via MOOV transition. Cleared to MOOV.
Maintain present heading and altitude, expect ILS runway 1 center approach via MOOV transition. Clear to MOOV. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 6712.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 6712, contact Potomac approach on 133.0. Good day.
One 133.0 for Summit Delta Sierra Tango 6712. Potomac approach, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 6712 is passing 6,700 feet, climbing 8,000 feet.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 6712, Potomac approach, altimeter 29907, radar contact, continue to MOOV.
Okay, I think we gotta switch.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching Washington Dulles International. Please fasten your seatbelt and adjust your seat back and tray table to the upright position. Please secure your carry-on baggage in the overhead compartment or under the seat in front of you. All electronic devices must be turned off until the aircraft is parked. Thank you.
Nope. Okay, we're already at 8,000, that's why they won't come on. Okay, so it looks like we're gonna fly over the airport, loop around, come back. I actually want to go. Let's go off this side. a little bit sped up. See, I don't know why this is coming on steady instead of strobe. It should be on strobe.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 6712. Descend and maintain 4,000 feet.
Descend and maintain 4,000 feet. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 6712.
Okay, we're almost out to move. We'll loop around as soon as we get even with it. Ah, it switched up on me. That's okay. We'll go just a little bit further out. We should go about like that. Wish it were a little easier to go back, and maybe there's a way that I don't know how. Oh, LNAV.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 6712. Contact Dulles Tower on 120.1 when inbound on the approach.
Tower on 120.1. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 6712. Dulles Tower, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 6712. 17 miles south. Inbound ILS runway. 1 center approach.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 6712 Dulles Tower. Altimeter 299.5. Cleared ILS runway 1 center approach.
Cleared ILS runway 1 center approach. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 6712.
$2,000, $3,000 is where we really want to be next. Why did it go level change? I don't know. So you could step down to 2,000 next, or because we are below the glide slope, we can just hold at 3,000 and catch the approach there. We'll intercept the glide slope that way. Localizer's already captured. Okay, I don't think I entered all the data for this, so let's do that now. 1113, 1113, 1113, so we're good on that, and then 11. So we need to switch this to 11. Ah. Okay, 11, not 10.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 6712, wind 050 at 5. Cleared to land runway 1 center.
Clear to land runway 1 center. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 6712.
we'll take 142. Okay, gear is down and locked, speed brake is armed, auto brakes are armed. We are ready to go reverse thrust. Rollout and flare are armed.
300.
We are below the glide slope, but pulling up.
200. 100. Approaching minimums. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Let my frame rate catch up. I wonder if running my reversers too long costs me.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 6712. Turn next taxiway. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 6712. Contact ground on 129.55.
129.55 for Summit Delta Sierra Tango 6712.
Well, we're back over 900, so that's good. We'll do this, I think, one more.
Hi, Captain. We've got a great team aboard with Sean Joseph as cabin crew. First Officer Frankie Briggs.
Captain, our cabin crew is ready for boarding. Awaiting your instructions.
Ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510. Could you please get the passengers on board?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510. The jetway is going to be connected.
Ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510. I am done with the boarding.
Boarding finished, Captain.
Ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510. Could you please send the baggage?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510. Baggage is on the way.
Ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510. Could you please send the catering truck?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510. The catering truck is on the road.
Ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510. Ready to copy IFR clearance to Nice.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510 is cleared to Nice Airport via the D's 5 departure, CNDR transition. Expect runway 13 left. Maintain 7,000 feet. Departure frequency is 124.75. Squawk 7757.
Cleared to Nice via the D's 5 departure, CNDR transition. Runway 13 left. Maintain 7,000 feet. Departure frequency is 124.75. Squawk 7757. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510. Read back correct. Contact ground on 1.75. Good day.
Ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510. Requesting pushback.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510. Pushback request accepted.
Ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510.
Okay.
Requesting the end of pushback.
Pushback complete, Captain.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510. Request to end pushback received.
Skip to takeoff. Do not skip to taxi. It is broken.
Kennedy Tower, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510. Ready for departure. Runway 13 left. IFR to Nice.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510. Altimeter tree 001. Cleared for takeoff, runway 13 left.
Cleared for takeoff, runway 13 left. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510. Dear passengers, please fasten your seatbelts and secure all baggage underneath your seat or in the overhead compartments. Place your seats and table trays in the upright position. Turn off all personal electronic devices, including laptops and cell phones, and prepare for takeoff.
Yeah, you filthy animals. Taking a lot of left rudder, so we need to put in some right aileron.
V1 rotate.
More left rudder. Oh my goodness. There we go. Didn't run off the...
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510 contact. New York departure on 124.75. Good day.
124.75 for Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510. New York departure, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510 is at 1,800 feet, climbing 7,000 feet.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510. New York departure. Altimeter tree 001. Radar contact continue.
I love the big fluffy storms. All right, let's skip.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510. Climb and maintain 8,000 feet. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510. Acknowledge last transmission.
Climb and maintain 8,000 feet. Keep speed not above 250 knots. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510. Maintain present heading and altitude. Expect Renav Zulu runway 22 left approach via Mike Uniform Sierra transition. Clear to Mike Uniform Sierra.
That is not the approach we have.
Maintain present heading and altitude. Expect Renav Zulu runway 22 left approach via Mike Uniform Sierra transition. Clear to Mike Uniform Sierra. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510.
22 left.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango.
Oh my God.
1510 contact. Nice approach on 1.475. Good day.
Like, stop scrolling my frickin' screen around, man. Jesus frickin' Christ. Via clear to Muss.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510. Did you hear my last transmission?
Going to 1.475. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510. Nice approach. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510 is at 6,800 feet climbing 8,000 feet.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510. Nice approach. QNH 1004. Radar contact. Continue.
Captain, we are at 50% of fuel.
Ooh. I don't know if I like that approach.
Dear passengers, now we're approaching Nice/Côte d'Azur, where local time is 6:38 a.m. Please stay in your seat with your seatbelt fastened. Personal screens, footrests, and seat tables must be stowed away, and all hand luggage stored either in the overhead lockers or under the seat in front. Please ensure all electronic devices are turned off. Thank you.
I don't know why it wants to go 245 when we have a speed restriction of 240, 10,000. So I guess we'll do it manually. We do have VNAV on. We're doing an RNAV approach according to this. Are we at 4x or 2x? 2x. That's 4x. I think going 4x generally kills my passenger score. Okay, back down to 2x there.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510. Descend and maintain 6,300 feet.
Descend and maintain 6,300 feet. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510.
You know what? I should have got flaps up a lot more. That's the whole reason I was going faster. I don't know why, but I think something's gonna happen in Sotox.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510. Descend and maintain 4,700 feet. Keep speed not above 240 knots.
Descend and maintain 4,700 feet. Keep speed not above 240 knots. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510.
I don't think I've ever flown this approach before. It looks like there's a dog leg at the last minute. That might be a little sketchy.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510. Contact Nice Tower on 12.3.15 when inbound.
Tower on 123.15. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510. Nice Tower, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510, 14 miles southeast, inbound Nav Zulu runway 22, left approach.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510, Nice Tower. QNH 1000, cleared Nav Zulu runway 22, left approach.
Cleared Nav Zulu runway 22, left approach. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510.
I was already there. Let's go 3141. Speed brakes armed. We're getting the flaps out. We'll get the gear down here in a minute. vertical path, LNAV. I just updated the altimeter where it turns out we're low. Here's our required navigational performance, 125, actual 53, 0.5, 0.05. So that's your lateral and your vertical.
2,500.
All right, I can't take any more of the seesawing.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510, wind 247 at 25, clear to land runway 22 left.
Clear to land runway 22 left. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510.
Man, the winds are insane. I don't know how we're gonna land. We're gonna have a strong wind, crosswind from the right, I believe. Which means left rudder, right aileron, aileron into the wind. This is gonna be sketchy. I think I need to carry some extra speed right now because the wind's so variable. I'm okay to land fast, I think. Oh man, I just lost 10 knots of airspeed. We're 26 knot quartering wind from the front.
400. 300. 200.
Still 28 knot winds.
100. Approaching minimums. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Come on! It won't go down. I can't rudder.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510. Contact ground on 121.705.
What in the world was that?
121.705 for Summit Delta Sierra Tango 1510.
I'm not sure we ever made it back to normal speed either. Oh, no, that was normal speed. That was brutal. I'm in a rolling chair. I couldn't push hard enough on the rudder. My chair is rolling away. I wish it would tell you your touchdown G-forces and stuff so you'd know. Well, it was exciting. So despite the horrible landing, we got 100% here and 100% here, but somehow in airline procedures we missed something. Like more than usual even. Okay. Alright, 922. So within striking distance for tomorrow. Actually, you know what? I think I'm gonna do one more mission. Just to cement it. We're not there. And I think when I do, I think I'm gonna restart. It's already acting weird. I might just check on my fleet. So, okay, that Draco there. Let's see, what is that one company? Aerial, yeah. Okay, one more. Come on, have something good. Never does. Let's bring up the list. No flight structure, that's always a bad sign. It means things haven't synced. There we go. This doesn't even have a thing on it. I just restarted, man. Come on. Really? It's already messed up. Orly. I don't think I've ever found anything in Orly any good. De Gaulle has some okay stuff. Yeah. I think that's De Gaulle. Come on. Just one more mission. Feeling this is more regional. I wish they would add a true regional. Like before you get to passenger, and like I really want to fly the ATR. Let's try Heathrow again. Okay, we're just gonna take this one. It's not bad, 16.5. Cost us 1.1 million. The Copenhagen to Washington one can be like 17.6, and there's a Heathrow one that's like 17.9. Those are the best I've seen. Ooh, it's gonna be nice and foggy. London fog. I have ordered a 1440p monitor, hoping I'll get better performance than on the 4K. It just doesn't cut it on the 4K. I got it for work anyway. I don't like it on the 1080p. It's too small of a monitor and not enough resolution.
Good morning, everyone. Let's make this flight to Charlotte a great experience.
It's so smooth at first.
Captain, it's Loretta the Pursuer.
Purser.
Ready to board passengers. Waiting on your go-ahead.
Heathrow ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 488. Could you please get the passengers on board?
1113.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 488. The jetway is going to be connected.
Heathrow ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 488. I am done with the boarding.
Boarding finished, Captain.
Heathrow ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 488. Could you please send the baggage?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 488. Baggage is on the way.
Heathrow ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 488. Could you please send the catering truck?
On the road.
Oh, IFR clearance.
Heathrow ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango
Summit
488.
Delta Sierra
Ready to
Tango
copy IFR
488
clearance to
is
Charlotte.
cleared to Charlotte Airport via the Charlie Papa Tango Tree Foxtrot departure. Expect runway 27.
Cleared to Charlotte via the Charlie Papa Tango Tree Foxtrot departure. Runway 27 right. Maintain 8,000 feet. Departure frequency is 118.475. Squawk 5017. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 488.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 488. Readback is correct. Contact ground on 121.855 when ready to taxi. Good day.
I wonder if I could just hit 4 and request it immediately.
Heathrow ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 488, requesting pushback.
Maybe I'll
Summit
try
Delta Sierra Tango 488. Pushback request accepted.
Currently at 50% fuel capacity, Captain.
Heathrow ground. Summit Delta
bar in
Sierra
place,
Tango
Captain.
488, requesting the end of pushback.
Pushback is complete.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 488. Request to end pushback received.
Okay, that's just under 3 minutes there to get going on that.
Heathrow Tower. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 488, ready for departure. Runway 27 right.
Luggage
IFR to
loading now
Charlotte.
complete.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 488. QNH 1010. Cleared for takeoff. Runway 27 right.
Cleared for takeoff runway 27 right. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 488. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare for takeoff. Please ensure your seat belt is fastened tightly, your seat is in the upright position, and your tray table is securely stored. Thank you.
Rotate.
Gear. Flaps. Lag.
Summit
Lag.
Delta Sierra Tango 488, contact London Center on 118.475. Good day.
Going to 118.475. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 488. London Center, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 488 is at 1,700 feet, climbing 8,000 feet.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 488, London Center, QNH 1010. Radar contact continue.
I don't know what realistic is. I'd have to do a little research, but it'd be nice if they give you winds on takeoff. Like just the current updated winds. And you're supposed to check in on ATIS and have the weather information and everything, but I don't know. I'm lazy. Especially when I'm speed running these. I just try to figure out the winds by which way the plane starts pulling.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is your captain speaking. Today, I'm assisted by co-pilot Betty Robertson. Welcome aboard flight DST-488, inbound to Charlotte. We are currently cruising at an altitude of 7,700 feet and at an airspeed of 200 knots. It's 8:45 a.m. On behalf of all crew members, we thank you for flying with us today. So please sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the flight. Thank you.
I want to fly through the weather to get more weather bonus. I'm gonna let that fly for a minute. I'll fly through this, hopefully get a couple extra million here. Plus gives me a minute to reset. It's pretty intense constantly doing the missions as fast as you can go. One thing I wanted to see is where we started at. $854 million, 854 million. So, well, in the title it says 855. I think that's just a rounding. But still, you know, 854, 855 up to whatever we're at the end of this mission. And then plus the 32 million in repairs. I looked away, and when I looked back up, I thought we were sideways. I think partly because that's crooked. That. But just the way the clouds and everything looked. Alright, let's go ahead and skip. Get this bird down. Collect our reward and get some sleep.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 488. Maintain present heading and altitude. Expect ILS runway 18 center approach via JetGo transition. Clear to JetGo.
Maintain present heading and altitude. Expect ILS runway 18 center approach via JetGo transition. Cleared to JetGo. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 488.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 488. Contact Charlotte Tower on 118.1 when inbound on the approach.
Thankfully we
Tower
are
on 118.1. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 488.
straight in.
Charlotte Tower, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 488, 13 miles north, inbound ILS runway 18 center approach.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 488 Charlotte Tower. Altimeter tree 000, cleared ILS runway 18 center approach.
Cleared ILS runway 18 center approach. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 488.
Okay, back to real time.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching Charlotte/Douglas International. Please fasten your seatbelt and adjust your seat back and tray table to the upright position. Please secure your carry-on baggage in the overhead compartment or under the seat in front of you. All electronic devices must be turned off until the aircraft is parked. Thank you.
Let's sim rate up. Alright, let's start slowing down.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 488, wind 218 at 4, clear to land runway 18 center.
Clear to land.
Runway 18 center, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 488.
Okay, 3 greens on the gear. Speed brake is armed. Flaps are down more than I meant to. That's okay, we'll go with that. Wind is 14 crosswind from the right. Going down. Less than 10 knots now. Okay, looking pretty good.
400.
Auto brake is set. Okay, I saw some glitchiness there.
100.
I think I'm gonna do the
minimums.
I think I'm gonna do the pause trick here.
50. 30.
Yeah, you're not there yet. All right, here we go.
20. 10.
Nose down. Reversers on. Okay, it's telling me to go all the way to, oh,
Summit
no.
Delta Sierra Tango 488, exit runway when able. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 488, contact ground on 121.9er.
121.9er for Summit Delta Sierra Tango 488.
Thought it was gonna have me go all the way down to the end. don't know why that always gives us 75%. Like I was getting 100% on these, and now I'm getting 75, 70. All right. All right, 934. All right, that's the end of my day. Definitely in range to get $1 billion in the next session.